Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Rain drums softly against the moss-covered roof of the old apothecary, its steady rhythm a soothing lullaby to the world below. The early morning light, muted by heavy clouds, cast a dreamy haze over the village of Elderwood. Nestled between a babbling brook and an ancient oak forest, the hearth and herb stood as a beacon of warmth and comfort on this rain-soaked day. Inside, the apothecary was a world unto itself. The air hung heavy with the rich, earthy scent of herbs and the sweet aroma of simmering concoctions. Elsie, the young apprentice with bright eyes and a kind smile, moved quietly through the shop, her soft footsteps barely audible over the gentle patter of rain outside. She paused by a window, watching as rivulets of water trickled down the aged glass panes. The view beyond was a watercolor painting come to life, misty greens and grays blending together in a gentle haze. A robin, its red breast a vivid splash of color against the subdued landscape, hopped along a rain-slicked branch, shaking droplets from its feathers. Turning back to her tasks, Elsie breathed in deeply, savoring the comforting scents that permeated the air. Lavender and chamomile, rosemary and sage, each herb contributed its unique note to the symphony of aromas that filled the apothecary. The gentle crackling of the hearth fire added a warm undertone, its flames casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Cedric, the master apothecary, emerged from the back room, his arms laden with bundles of freshly dried herbs. His long beard, peppered with gray, swayed gently as he moved, and his eyes twinkled with quiet wisdom. "Ah, Elsie," he said, his voice a low, comforting rumble. "A fine day for brewing, wouldn't you say?" Elsie nodded, a smile spreading across her face. There was something magical about rainy days in the apothecary, a sense of being cocooned in a world of gentle magic and ancient knowledge. She helped Cedric arrange the herb bundles, their fingers working in quiet harmony as they sorted leaves and flowers. The soft glow of oil lamps illuminated their work, casting a warm, golden light over the weathered wooden countertops. Glass jars and vials lined the shelves, their contents shimmering with promise, each a potential remedy or a drop of comfort for a weary soul. As the morning wore on, the rain outside intensified, its patter growing into a steady, rhythmic drumming. The sound seemed to amplify the coziness within, creating a barrier between the tranquil apothecary and the rest of the world. Elsie found herself moving more slowly, her actions becoming a meditative dance as she ground herbs with a mortar and pestle. The pestle made a gentle, circular sound as it moved against the mortar's rough surface. Crushed lavender released its soothing scent into the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of chamomile. Elsie closed her eyes for a moment, letting the fragrances wash over her, carrying away any lingering tension. Nearby, Cedric tended to a simmering pot on the hearth. Steam rose in lazy spirals, carrying with it the complex scent of a healing brew. He stirred slowly, his movements careful and deliberate, each turn of the wooden spoon a practiced art refined over decades. The gentle bubbling of the pot blended seamlessly with the sound of rain, creating a soothing backdrop to their quiet work. Occasionally, a log in the fire would shift, sending up a shower of sparks that danced briefly before fading away. As midday approached, the apothecary door creaked open, admitting a gust of cool, damp air and the soft tinkling of the bell above. Ms. Gwendolyn, a regular visitor with kind eyes and silver hair, stepped inside, shaking raindrops from her shawl. "Welcome, Ms. Gwendolyn." Elsie greeted her warmly, moving to take the woman's damp cloak. The older woman's presence seemed to add another layer of comfort to the already cozy atmosphere, like a favorite blanket on a chilly evening. Ms. Gwendolyn settled into a worn armchair by the fire, her fingers working at the familiar task of knitting as she chatted softly with Cedric. The click of her needles joined the symphony of gentle sounds filling the apothecary, the bubbling of potions, the crackle of the fire, the steady drum of rain. Elsie moved about, preparing Gwendolyn's usual order a soothing tea blend for peaceful sleep. She carefully measured dried chamomile flowers, their delicate petals a pale gold in the lamplight. A pinch of lavender followed, then a few leaves of lemon balm for their calming properties. As she worked, Elsie found herself swaying gently to an unheard melody, her movements fluid and unhurried. The rain outside seemed to have slowed time itself, stretching moments into languid hours filled with peaceful purpose. The kettle on the hearth began to sing softly, its gentle whistle rising and falling like a lullaby. Elsie poured the hot water over Ms. Gwendolyn's tea blend, watching as tendrils of steam carried the soothing aromas upward. The rich herbal scent filled the air, promising restful nights and pleasant dreams. Ms. Gwendolyn accepted the steaming cup with a grateful smile, her weathered hands cradling the warm pottery. She inhaled deeply, closing her eyes as she savored the comforting aroma. The tension seemed to melt from her shoulders as she took her first sip, a contented sigh escaping her lips. As the afternoon wore on, a few more villagers sought refuge from the rain within the welcoming walls of the Hearth and Herb. Each arrival brought with them a gust of fresh, rain-scented air and a ripple of quiet conversation. The apothecary absorbed them all, its cozy interior expanding to embrace each visitor with warmth and comfort. Elsie found herself drawn into the gentle ebb and flow of the day, moving from task to task with a dreamy serenity. She measured herbs, stirred potions, and chatted softly with customers, all while surrounded by the comforting cocoon of rain-muffled sounds and soothing scents. As twilight approached, the rain began to soften, its steady drumming fading to a gentle patter. The apothecary grew quieter as visitors departed, each leaving with a remedy, a warm smile, and the lingering peace of a day well spent. Cedric and Elsie worked side by side in comfortable silence, bottling the day's concoctions and tidying the shop. The warm glow of the lamps seemed to intensify as darkness fell outside, turning the apothecary into a haven of golden light amidst the misty evening. Finally, as the last jar was sealed and the final herb bundle hung to dry, Cedric placed a gentle hand on Elsie's shoulder. "Well done, my dear," he said softly, his voice filled with warmth and pride. "You've captured the very essence of comfort in your work today." Elsie smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment settle over her. She looked around the apothecary, taking in the familiar sights, sounds, and scents that had become so dear to her. The rain-washed world outside seemed distant and dream-like compared to the cozy reality within these walls. As they prepared to close for the night, a final task remained. Elsie moved to the window, reaching out to draw the heavy curtain. She paused for a moment, gazing out at the misty village beyond. The rain had left everything looking fresh and renewed, droplets clinging to leaves and petals like tiny, glistening jewels. With a soft smile, she pulled the curtains closed, sealing the apothecary in its warm, lamp-lit embrace. The sound of rain, now a gentle whisper, still filtered through, a soothing reminder of the peaceful day that had passed. As Elsie and Cedric bid each other goodnight, the hearth and herbs settled into a tranquil stillness. The fire burned low, its embers casting a soft, rosy glow. Jars of herbs and potions stood silent sentinel on the shelves, their contents holding the promise of healing and comfort for another day. In the quiet of the night, with the gentle patter of rain as a lullaby, the apothecary seemed to breathe a contented sigh. Another day of warmth, healing, and gentle magic had come to a close, leaving behind a lingering sense of peace that would carry through until the dawn. Story 2. In the soft, misty light of dawn, the quaint village of Elderwood began to stir. The first rays of sunlight peeked over the rolling hills, casting a warm glow on the thatched roofs and cobblestone streets. At the heart of this serene hamlet stood the Hearth and Herb Apothecary, a cozy cottage that seemed to have grown from the very earth it rested upon. As the morning light crept across the village, it illuminated the apothecary's weathered oak door, which creaked open gently. Elsie, a bright-eyed apprentice with fiery red curls, stepped inside for her first day of work. The heavy door thudded softly behind her, sealing off the cool outside world and enveloping her in the shop's warm embrace. The interior of the hearth and herb was a feast for the senses. Elsie's eyes, wide with wonder, took in the sight of wooden shelves bowing slightly under the weight of colorful glass bottles. Each vial was sealed with wax, their contents shimmering like captured fragments of rainbows in the morning light. Dried herbs hung in bunches from the low ceiling, their silhouettes dancing on the walls as the fire in the hearth flickered and sparked. The air was rich with mingling scents, lavender and rosemary prominent among them, underlined by an earthy note of sandalwood that hinted at ancient secrets. Elsie breathed deeply, letting the aromatic symphony wash over her. Each inhale seemed to bring with it whispers of the surrounding woods and the laughter of the nearby stream. Her attention was drawn to a plump orange cat named Thistle, its fur glowing like embers in the firelight. The feline was curled contentedly by the roaring fire, occasionally twitching an ear in acknowledgement of Elsie's presence. Nearby, a pot bubbled gently over the flames, filling the air with wondrous smells, hints of cinnamon and clove mingling with the earthy scent of fresh herbs. Standing by the counter was the comforting presence of Cedric, the master apothecary and Elsie's new mentor. His beard, wild and untamed as the brambles outside, framed a grin that was both mischievous and welcoming. His eyes, deep and sparkling like dewdrops, held stories of the forest and the magic hidden within. "Ready to learn the craft?" Cedric asked, his voice a comforting rumble akin to the crackling fire that danced merrily in the grate. "Aye, Master Cedric, with all my heart," Elsie replied, her voice brimming with an eagerness that seemed to fill the quaint room with fresh hope. The first couple of hours of the morning passed by in a peaceful blur. Cedric led Elsie through the enchanting aisles of the apothecary, introducing her to shelves lined with potions that gleamed like captured starlight. He explained the virtues of each herb. They passed lavender for calm, rosehips for vigor, and chamomile for sleep. His voice wove through the air like an ancient melody, infusing the space with an almost tangible sense of tranquility. At a sturdy oak table, stained with the echoes of countless brews, the master apothecary demonstrated the delicate art of potion making. He taught Elsie how to blend ingredients for remedies that soothed coughs and eased weary bones. The young apprentice was a quick learner, eager and inquisitive, often asking questions that brought a warm smile to her mentor's face. As Elsie ground herbs with a mortar and pestle, the gentle, rhythmic sound filled the air, blending harmoniously with the soft bubbling of potions and the occasional crackle from the hearth. The sunlight, now fully risen, streamed through the windows, catching dust motes that danced lazily in the air, giving the entire shop an otherworldly glow. Just as the warm glow of noon settled in, a gentle chime rang across the room as the apothecary door opened. Their first customer of the day was Miss Gwendolyn, a regular with silvery hair and a soft, kind face. "The usual, please," she requested, setting her weathered hands on the counter and fidgeting with an old ring on her finger. Elsie, caught in a whirl of nervous excitement, hurried to assemble the needed ingredients. She checked the large logbook, its pages filled with elegant script detailing countless recipes, and went about gathering herbs from the wall. Her movements were careful yet slightly unsteady as she weighed and ground the herbs to a fine powder. Cedric, with a chuckle rich and full like the rolling brook outside, stepped beside her to help. His large, warm hands overlaid hers, steadying them as he guided her in measuring the delicate blossoms. Lavender for calm, chamomile for sleep, and cinnamon bark for dreams, he intoned, his voice weaving through the air like a soothing incantation. Miss Gwendolyn watched with a patient smile, her eyes twinkling with memories as she gazed at Thistle, who had stirred from his nap and was now stretching languidly by the fire. When handed her finished potion, which clinked softly in her woven basket, she nodded her thanks and left, the gentle tinkling of the door chime marking her departure. As the day progressed, a steady stream of villagers visited the hearth and herb. Each brought with them a snippet of Elderwood life, farmers seeking balms for aching muscles, young lovers in search of fragrances to win hearts, and elders looking for tinctures to ease the pains of age. Elsie found herself swept up in the ebb and flow of village life, each interaction adding a new thread to the tapestry of her experience. The afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows across the apothecary floor. Elsie and Cedric worked in companionable silence, the air filled with the soft clinks of glass vials, the rustle of dried herbs, and the occasional contented purr from Thistle, who had taken to following Elsie around the shop. As twilight approached, casting a violet hue across the sky, Cedric began to close up shop. He showed Elsie how to properly store the day's creations, each potion and salve carefully labeled and placed on shelves that seemed to whisper with ancient knowledge. "Remember, Elsie," Cedric said as they worked, his voice low and warm, "our craft is as much about the heart as it is about the herbs. Each remedy we create carries with it our intentions for healing and comfort." Elsie nodded, her eyes bright with understanding. She could feel the truth of his words in the very air around them, in the way the apothecary seemed to hum with a gentle, nurturing energy. As the last rays of sunlight faded, giving way to the soft glow of evening, Cedric lit the oil lamps around the shop. Their warm light cast a cozy glow over the interior, making the glass bottles shimmer like stars and the dried herbs cast intricate shadows on the walls. With the day's work done, Elsie and Cedric settled into comfortable chairs by the hearth. Thistle curled up at Elsie's feet, his contented purr a soothing backdrop to the crackling fire. Cedric poured them both cups of herbal tea, the steam rising in lazy spirals, carrying with it the calming scent of chamomile and mint. "You did well today, Elsie," Cedric said, his eyes twinkling with pride. "The path of an apothecary is not always easy, but it is always rewarding. We hold the power to ease pain, to bring comfort, and sometimes to work a little magic." Elsie sipped her tea, letting its warmth spread through her. She gazed around the shop, taking in the rows of bottles, the bundles of herbs, and the ancient tomes lining the shelves. In that moment, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the world. As the night deepened, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle chorus of crickets and the soft hooting of an owl. The hearth and herbs settled into a peaceful quiet, the only movement the flickering of firelight and the occasional twitch of Thistle's tail. Elsie's eyelids began to grow heavy, the day's excitement giving way to a deep, contented tiredness. As she drifted off in her chair, the last thing she saw was the gentle smile on Cedric's face, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames of the hearth. In that moment, as sleep gently claimed her, Elsie knew that she had found not just a craft, but a home. The Hearth and Herb Apothecary, with its warmth, its scents, and its gentle magic, had woven itself into her heart, promising days filled with learning, healing, and the quiet joy of helping others. And so, as the night embraced the village of Elderwood, the Hearth and Herb stood as a beacon of comfort and healing, its windows glowing softly in the darkness, a promise of care and magic for all who sought it. Story 3. As twilight wrapped its velvety cloak around Elderwood, the village square burst into an atmosphere of gentle light and soft laughter. Lanterns, hung from strings crisscrossing above the cobblestones, swayed gently in the evening breeze, their golden glow casting playful shadows and illuminating faces aglow with quiet excitement. The air was warmed by the lively yet soothing strains of music, a symphony of lutes, flutes, and the occasional deep thrum of a drum. Villagers, wrapped in colorful shawls and cloaks, gathered around, their voices a gentle murmur that blended harmoniously with the melodic backdrop. At the heart of this jubilant assembly stood Mrs. Hattle, Elderwood's beloved matchmaker. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she navigated the crowd, her voluminous skirts swishing with a hypnotic rhythm. She moved with purpose towards the central punch bowl, a small vial clutched discreetly in her hand. With a sly glance over her shoulder, Mrs. Hattle tipped the vial into the mix. The liquid swirled mysteriously before settling, its contents promising an evening of unexpected joy and connection. As the potion began to take effect, the square transformed into a spontaneous ballroom. The robust blacksmith, his large hands more accustomed to the forge's heat than the delicacy of dance, found himself caught in a lively yet gentle jig with a petite baker. Her usual reserve melted away under the potion's influence, her laughter pealing like bells in the night air, much to the delight of the onlookers. Nearby, the librarian, a woman of typically stern demeanor and precise habits, found herself the unlikely partner of a cheeky shepherd boy. His youthful exuberance swept her into the dance, her initial protests fading into a smile as they twirled beneath the twinkling lanterns. As they spun, her normally tidy bun came loose, her hair cascading around her in a whirlwind that mirrored the unexpected joy in her eyes. From the edge of the crowd, a chorus of gentle laughter erupted as the spectacle unfolded. "Look at them go," chortled an old farmer, his voice rough with mirth but warm with affection. That potion stirred up more than just their feet. Mrs. Hattle, watching the harmony she had orchestrated, could barely contain her glee. Who knew our stern librarian could dance like a spring nymph, or that our dear blacksmith had such a skip in his step? She exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. As the evening progressed, the square became a tapestry of joy and connection. Couples swayed to slower melodies, their movements as gentle as leaves drifting on a calm stream. Groups formed circles, hands clasped as they moved in unity, their laughter a sweet counterpoint to the music. The village children, not to be left out, danced with unbridled enthusiasm. They wove between the adults, their small faces alight with wonder at the magical atmosphere that had descended upon their usually quiet square. In a quiet corner, away from the main bustle, sat old Tom. Known for his solitary nature, he usually shunned such gatherings. But tonight, something had drawn him out. He sat on a weathered bench, his gnarled hands resting on a walking stick, a small smile playing on his lips as he watched the festivities. A young girl, no more than 7, noticed him sitting alone. With the fearlessness of youth, she approached and held out her hand. "Would you like to dance, Mr. Tom?" she asked, her voice clear and sweet. For a moment, old Tom hesitated, but then something in the girl's innocent invitation seemed to melt years away from him. He took her small hand in his weathered one and allowed her to lead him to the edge of the dancers. There they swayed gently, the old man and the young girl, bridging generations in a simple, beautiful moment. As the night deepened, the energy of the dance began to mellow. The music softened, becoming a gentle lullaby that floated on the cool night air. Couples drew closer, swaying in peaceful unity. Friends sat in small groups, their conversation a low, comforting murmur that blended with the music. The lanterns seemed to glow more softly now, their light a warm embrace around the village square. Stars peeked out from behind wispy clouds, adding their own gentle illumination to the scene. Mrs. Hattle, her matchmaking work done for the evening, found a comfortable seat on a cushioned bench. She watched with satisfaction as the villagers continued to mingle and dance, their movements now slow and dreamy. Near the fountain at the center of the square, a group had gathered to listen to old Mara, the village storyteller. Her voice, rich with years and wisdom, wove tales of ancient magic and timeless love. The listeners sat enraptured, some with eyes closed, letting the words paint vivid pictures in their minds. As midnight approached, a gentle breeze swept through the square, carrying with it the sweet scent of night, blooming jasmine from the nearby gardens. The fragrance seemed to cast its own spell, wrapping around the villagers like a comforting blanket. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the festivities began to wind down. Parents gathered sleepy children into their arms, carrying them home to bed. Couples lingered, reluctant to break the magic of the evening, sharing soft words and gentle touches. The musicians played their final notes, the melody fading into the night like a beautiful dream. As the last echoes died away, a peaceful silence settled over the square, broken only by the soft splashing of the fountain and the occasional murmur of conversation. One by one, the lanterns were extinguished, their golden glow giving way to the silvery light of the moon. The village square, so alive with joy and movement just hours before, slowly returned to its usual tranquil state. Yet something had changed. The connections forged and strengthened during the evening's dance lingered in the air like a sweet perfume. Villagers who had been mere acquaintances now parted as friends. Old grudges had been forgotten in the joy of shared laughter and dance. As the last of the revelers made their way home, their footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestone, Mrs. Haddle remained. She stood in the center of the square, her face tilted up to the star-filled sky, a contented smile playing on her lips. She thought of old Tom, dancing with the young girl, of the stern librarian laughing freely as she twirled, of the blacksmith moving with newfound grace. Her heart swelled with the knowledge that her small act of mischief had brought so much joy and connection to her beloved village. With a final, satisfied nod, Mrs. Haddle gathered her shawl around her shoulders and began the short walk to her cottage. As she moved through the quiet streets, she could still hear the faint echoes of music and laughter, as if the very stones of Elderwood had absorbed the evening's magic. Back in the square, the fountain continued its gentle song, its waters reflecting the moonlight. A few lanterns remained lit, their soft glow a promise of more joyful gatherings to come. The night settled over Elderwood like a gentle, comforting embrace, carrying the villagers into peaceful dreams filled with music, laughter, and the warmth of connection. And so, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon continued its serene journey across the sky, Elderwood slept. The magic of the evening dance lingered in the air, in the hearts of the villagers, a sweet memory to be cherished and a promise of the simple joys that tomorrow would bring. In the gentle quiet of the night, with only the whisper of a breeze and the soft splash of the fountain as companions, the village square stood as a testament to the power of community, of music, and of a little well-intentioned magic. It waited patiently for the dawn, ready to once again become the heart of village life, holding within its cobblestones and weather-worn benches the countless stories of love, friendship, and the quiet magic of everyday life in Elderwood. Story 4. As twilight descended on Elderwood, the village square transformed into a serene gathering place. Lanterns hung from crisscrossing strings cast a soft, warm light over the cobblestones, while the gentle strumming of a lute drifted through the air. Villagers wrapped in soft shawls and cloaks mingled quietly, their laughter a low, comforting murmur that blended with the peaceful evening ambience. The day's last golden rays painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, casting long shadows across the square. The air was crisp with the promise of autumn, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and ripening apples from nearby orchards. As darkness deepened, stars began to twinkle overhead, mirroring the gentle glow of the lanterns below. At the heart of the square stood the ancient oak tree, its massive branches spreading wide to create a natural canopy. Beneath its protective boughs, villagers gathered in small groups, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns hanging from the lower branches. The tree's gnarled trunk, worn smooth by countless hands over generations, seemed to pulse with the quiet energy of the evening. Elara, the village weaver, sat on a weathered bench near the oak, her nimble fingers working at her portable loom. The rhythmic click-clack of the shuttle moving back and forth provided a soothing counterpoint to the soft murmur of conversation around her. Her latest creation, a shawl of deep blue shot through with silver threads, shimmered in the lantern light like a piece of the night sky brought down to earth. Nearby, old Finn, the village storyteller, had drawn a small crowd of children and adults alike. His voice, rich and warm as honey, wove tales of ancient magic and timeless wisdom. The listeners sat enraptured, some with eyes closed, letting the words paint vivid pictures in their minds. The story he told spoke of the very oak tree they sat beneath, of how it had stood witness to countless generations of Elderwood's inhabitants, its roots reaching deep into the heart of the village's history. As Finn's tale reached its gentle conclusion, a hush fell over the gathering. The silence was broken only by the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze and the distant call of a nightingale. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, the villagers united in a shared moment of wonder and connection to their home. The spell was gently broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. Mira, the apprentice herbalist, made her way through the square, her basket filled with bundles of dried herbs and flowers. The subtle fragrances of lavender, chamomile, and rosemary wafted in her wake, adding another layer to the sensory tapestry of the evening. Mira paused by Elara's bench, offering the weaver a small pouch of chamomile flowers. For restful sleep and peaceful dreams, she said with a soft smile. Elara accepted the gift with a nod of thanks, tucking the pouch into the folds of her skirt. The two women shared a moment of quiet understanding, their crafts intertwined in the fabric of village life. As the night deepened, the energy in the square began to shift. The lively chatter of early evening gave way to softer conversations and comfortable silences. Couples drew closer together, swaying gently to the lute's melody. Older villagers found seats on benches and low walls, their weathered faces relaxed in contentment as they watched the younger generation enjoy the evening. Near the village well, a group of children had gathered to play a quiet game of cat's cradle. Their small hands moved deftly, creating intricate patterns with colorful strings. Laughter bubbled up occasionally, soft and melodic, as they challenged each other to create more complex designs. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted across the square as Bram, the village baker, emerged from his shop with a tray of still warm rolls. He moved among the villagers, offering the fragrant bread with a kind word and a warm smile. The simple act of breaking bread together seemed to deepen the sense of community that permeated the evening. As midnight approached, a gentle mist began to rise from the nearby river, curling around the ankles of those still lingering in the square. Rather than dispersing the gathering, the mist seemed to cocoon the village in a dreamy haze, softening edges and muffling sounds. The lute player, his fingers beginning to tire, transitioned into a lullaby-like melody. The sweet, simple tune drifted through the square, wrapping around the villagers like a comfortable blanket. Parents gathered sleepy children into their arms, swaying gently to the music as they prepared to head home. Elara, her weaving complete for the night, carefully folded the blue and silver shawl. She draped it around the shoulders of Anna, the village midwife, who had stopped to admire the craftsmanship. The two women embraced, the shawl connecting them in a moment of shared appreciation for beauty and skill. Old Finn, his stories finished for the evening, leaned back against the oak tree, his eyes closed, a contented smile playing on his lips as he absorbed the peaceful atmosphere. The tree seemed to embrace him, its ancient presence a silent guardian of the night's tranquility. As the hour grew late, villagers began to drift homeward in twos and threes. Their departures were unhurried, with pauses for quiet goodbyes and promises to meet again soon. The sound of soft footsteps on cobblestones mingled with the gentle creaking of lanterns swaying in the breeze. Mira, her basket now empty of herbs, took a moment to stand in the center of the square. She breathed deeply, inhaling the complex scent of the night, a mixture of cooling stone, lingering bread aroma, herb fragrances, and the earthy musk of the encroaching mist. Her eyes closed, committing this moment to memory, a perfect blend of nature and community. The last of the lanterns were gently extinguished, their warm glow giving way to the softer illumination of starlight and the waxing moon. The village square, so alive with gentle activity just hours before, settled into a peaceful slumber, yet the spirit of the evening lingered. It could be felt in the way neighbors bid each other good night with warmer smiles than usual, in the contentment that radiated from those making their way home, in the dreams that would soon fill sleeping minds with echoes of stories and song. As the mist thickened, wrapping Elderwood in its gentle embrace, the village seemed to exist in a world apart, a place where time moved more slowly, where connections ran deep, and where the simple pleasure of coming together could fill hearts with joy and peace. The ancient oak stood sentinel over the now empty square, its leaves whispering secrets to the night air. It had witnessed countless such evenings over its long life, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of Elderwood's history. And as the night deepened towards dawn, the tree seemed to sigh with contentment, already looking forward to the next gathering, the next opportunity for the village to come together in harmony and peace. In homes throughout Elderwood, villagers settled into bed, their minds full of the evening's gentle pleasures. The baker dreamed of new recipes to share, the weaver's fingers twitched with patterns yet to be created, and the children's sleep was filled with echoes of old Finn's magical tales. And so, as the stars wheeled slowly overhead, and the moon continued its serene journey across the sky, Elderwood slept. The magic of the evening gathering lingered in the air, in the hearts of the villagers, a sweet memory to be cherished and a promise of the simple joys that tomorrow would bring. In the gentle quiet of the night, with only the whisper of the river and the soft rustle of leaves as companions, the village square stood as a testament to the power of community, of shared moments, and of the quiet magic that can be found in the simplest of gatherings. It waited patiently for the dawn, ready to once again become the heart of village life, holding within its cobblestones and beneath the spreading branches of the old oak tree the countless stories of love, friendship, and the everyday enchantment of life in Elderwood. Story 5. On a misty morning in Elderwood, a traveler stepped across the threshold of the Hearth Herb Apothecary. The aroma of dried herbs and wood smoke enveloped them, while the soft glow of candlelight bathed the room in a warm, welcoming ambience. Under low wooden beams, the gentle rustle of pages and soft clinking of glass created a soothing melody, inviting the visitor to linger in this peaceful sanctuary. The traveler, a woman named Lyra, had journeyed far to reach this place. Her cloak, still damp from the morning mist, hung heavily on her shoulders as she took in the sights and scents of the apothecary. The shop was a haven of tranquility, a stark contrast to the bustling world outside its worn oak door. Sunlight filtered through the ivy-covered windows, casting dappled shadows on the worn wooden floor. Dust motes danced in the beams of light, sparkling like tiny stars in the cozy interior. The air was thick with the mingled scents of countless herbs and spices, lavender and rosemary prominent among them, underlined by the earthy notes of sandalwood and sage. Lyra's eyes were drawn to the rows of shelves lining the walls, each one bowing slightly under the weight of countless glass jars and vials. The contents of these containers shimmered in the soft light, their colors ranging from deep, rich purples to delicate, translucent greens. Each seemed to hold a world of possibilities within its glass walls. From the back of the shop came the soft sound of turning pages, followed by the gentle clink of a pestle against mortar. Cedric, the master apothecary, emerged from behind a curtain of dried herbs, his kind eyes twinkling with curiosity at the sight of the newcomer. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his voice as warm and rich as honey. "What brings you to our humble apothecary on this misty morning?" Lyra stepped forward, her boots making soft sounds on the wooden floor. "I've come seeking peace," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "And perhaps a little magic." Cedric's smile deepened, the creases around his eyes speaking of years of kindness and wisdom. "Then you've come to the right place, my dear. The Hearth Herb has been providing both for generations." He gestured for Lyra to follow him deeper into the shop. As they walked, Lyra's fingers trailed lightly over the jars on the shelves, feeling the cool glass beneath her fingertips. Each container seemed to hum with potential, with stories waiting to be told. They came to a stop before a large, well-worn table near the back of the shop. Its surface was stained with the echoes of countless potions and remedies, each mark a testament to the healing that had taken place within these walls. Atop the table sat an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, but still crisp to the touch. "This book," Cedric said, his hand resting gently on its cover, "contains the collected wisdom of every apothecary who has ever tended this shop. What ails you, child? Perhaps within these pages we can find the remedy you seek." Lyra hesitated for a moment, her eyes fixed on the book. "I'm not sure it's something that can be cured with herbs or potions," she said softly. "I've been lost, wandering. I can't seem to find my place in the world." Cedric nodded sagely, his expression one of deep understanding. "A malady of the spirit. Those can be the most challenging to treat, but often the most rewarding when we find the right cure." He turned to a nearby shelf, his fingers dancing over the labels of various jars before selecting a few. With practiced ease, he began to mix small amounts of different herbs in a mortar, the pestle making a soft, rhythmic sound as he worked. "Lavender for calm," he murmured, his voice taking on an almost musical quality. "Rosemary for clarity of mind. A pinch of cinnamon to warm the soul. And, oh yes, a few petals of moonflower to light the way forward." As Cedric worked, Lyra found herself relaxing. The tension she had carried for so long began to melt away, eased by the soothing atmosphere of the apothecary and the gentle presence of its keeper. She watched fascinated as Cedric added a few drops of a shimmering liquid to the mixture, causing it to glow faintly in the dim light. "There," Cedric said, pouring the mixture into a small, delicate teacup. Drink this, and then we shall talk. Lyra took the cup, inhaling deeply. The aroma was complex yet soothing, reminding her of moonlit forests and sun-warmed meadows. She sipped slowly, letting the warm liquid fill her with a sense of peace she hadn't felt in years. As she drank, Cedric pulled up two comfortable chairs near the hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the cozy nook. Lyra settled into one of the chairs, cradling the teacup in her hands, while Cedric took the other. "Now," he said gently, "tell me of your wanderings." And so Lyra began to speak. She told of distant lands and bustling cities, of quiet forests and windswept plains. She spoke of the people she had met, the sights she had seen, and the persistent feeling that something was missing, that she was somehow incomplete. As she talked, the tension in her shoulders eased. The warmth of the fire, the comforting presence of Cedric, and the soothing effects of the tea all worked together to create a safe space where Lyra could finally unburden her heart. Cedric listened attentively, nodding at times, his eyes filled with compassion. When Lyra finally fell silent, he leaned forward slightly, his voice soft but firm. "My dear," he said, "it seems to me that you've been searching for something that has been with you all along. Your place in the world is not a fixed point, but a journey. Every step you've taken, every person you've met, every sight you've seen, these are all part of your place, your purpose." Lyra's eyes widened as she considered his words. The fire crackled softly, punctuating the moment of realization. "But how do I know if I'm on the right path?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Cedric smiled, the warmth of it reaching his eyes. "By listening to your heart, child. It will guide you true if you learn to hear its whispers." He stood then, moving to a nearby shelf. From it, he retrieved a small, intricately carved wooden box. Opening it, he pulled out a delicate silver chain from which hung a small, clear crystal. "This," he said, holding it up so that it caught the firelight, "is a traveler's stone. It doesn't show you where to go, but it reminds you to trust in your own journey. Let it be a physical reminder of the wisdom you've gained here today." Lyra accepted the necklace with trembling hands, feeling its comforting weight as she slipped it over her head. The crystal rested just above her heart, seeming to pulse with a soft, reassuring warmth. As the morning wore on, Lyra and Cedric continued to talk. Their conversation meandered like a gentle stream, touching on topics both profound and mundane. The apothecary around them seemed to come alive, the jars and herbs almost humming with contentment as the two souls within found connection and understanding. Outside, the mist began to lift, revealing a world bathed in soft sunlight. When Lyra finally rose to leave, she felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted from her shoulders. The traveler's stone rested comfortably against her chest, a tangible reminder of the peace she had found. Cedric walked her to the door, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. "Remember," he said softly, "your journey is your own. Embrace it, with all its twists and turns, and know that you always have a place here, should you need rest or guidance along the way." Lyra nodded, words failing her in the face of such kindness. With a final smile of gratitude, she stepped out into the sun-dappled streets of Elderwood, ready to continue her journey with renewed purpose and peace. As the door of the hearth and herb closed behind her, the apothecary settled back into its usual rhythm. The gentle clink of glass, the rustle of pages, and the soft crackle of the fire blended into a soothing melody. Cedric returned to his work, a contented smile on his face, ready to offer healing and wisdom to the next soul who might wander through his door. Story 6. As night fell on the village of Elderwood, the Hearth and Herb Apothecary settled into a tranquil stillness. Moonlight filtered through ivy-clad windows, casting gentle shadows that danced among the jars of herbs and potions. The air was heavy with the lingering scents of the day's concoctions: lavender, chamomile, and a hint of cinnamon, creating a peaceful atmosphere that invited deep relaxation and restful sleep. Inside the apothecary, Elara, the night apprentice, moved with quiet grace among the shelves. Her soft footsteps barely disturbed the silence as she went about her evening tasks. The shop, usually bustling with activity during the day, had transformed into a sanctuary of calm under the cover of night. Elara paused by a window, her silhouette outlined by the silvery moonlight. She took a deep breath, savoring the complex bouquet of aromas that permeated the air. The scent of dried lavender hung prominently, its soothing fragrance a balm for weary minds. Underneath, the earthy notes of chamomile and the warm spice of cinnamon created a harmonious blend that seemed to whisper of comfort and sweet dreams. As she turned from the window, her gaze fell upon the countless jars and vials that lined the shelves. In the soft glow of moonlight, their contents seemed to come alive, shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. The elixirs of deep amber and vibrant emerald caught the light, their colors rich and mysterious in the nocturnal stillness. Elara's attention was drawn to a particularly beautiful bottle near the center of the main shelf. Its glass was a swirl of midnight blue and silver, reminiscent of a star-studded sky. Inside, a liquid that seemed to capture the very essence of moonlight gently sloshed with her movements. This was Cedric's prized creation, the Lunar Lullaby, a potion said to bring the most peaceful sleep and the sweetest dreams to those fortunate enough to taste it. As she carefully dusted around the precious vial, Elara's mind wandered to the stories Cedric had shared about its creation. He spoke of gathering dew from moonflowers at the stroke of midnight, of whispers exchanged with ancient trees, and of starlight captured in crystal vials. Whether these tales were literal truth or merely the poetic musings of a master craftsman, they added to the magical atmosphere that permeated the apothecary. A soft meow broke the silence, and Elara turned to see Thistle, the apothecary's resident cat, padding softly across the worn wooden floor. The feline's fur seemed to glow in the moonlight, his amber eyes reflecting the mysterious shimmer of the potions around him. Thistle rubbed against Elara's legs, purring contentedly, before curling up on a cushion near the still warm embers of the hearth. Elara smiled at the cat's peaceful repose and continued with her tasks. She moved to the large work table at the center of the room, its surface stained with the echoes of countless potions and remedies. Tonight, it held a mortar and pestle, several bundles of dried herbs, and an ancient tome open to a page filled with elegant, flowing script. With practiced ease, Elara began to grind a mixture of herbs in the mortar. The gentle, rhythmic sound of pestle against stone joined the symphony of night, sounds the soft creaking of the old building settling, the distant hoot of an owl, and the barely perceptible rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze. As she worked, the aroma of the herbs intensified, filling the air with a fresh, green scent tinged with sweetness. Mint for clarity, rose petals for love, and a pinch of vanilla for warmth and comfort. This was to be a batch of Dreamweaver tea, a favorite among the villagers for its ability to soothe worried minds and invite pleasant dreams. Once the herbs were ground to a fine powder, Elara carefully measured the mixture into small sachets of delicate muslin. She tied each with a length of silver ribbon, her fingers moving deftly in the low light. As she worked, she hummed softly, an old lullaby her grandmother had taught her. The gentle melody seemed to hang in the air, adding another layer of tranquility to the already peaceful atmosphere. With the tea prepared, Elara moved to tend to the many plants that called the apothecary home. Ferns and ivies draped from hanging baskets, their leaves a deep, lush green, even in the dim light. Pots of healing herbs lined the windowsills, fragrant rosemary, soothing chamomile, and protective basil among them. Elara watered each with care, whispering words of encouragement as she did so. Under her tender ministrations, the plants seemed to perk up, their leaves reaching towards her as if in gratitude. As the night deepened, Elara found herself drawn once again to the window. The moon had risen higher now, bathing the village of Elderwood in its gentle radiance. The cobblestone streets gleamed softly, and wisps of mist curled around the bases of the quaint cottages. In the distance, the ancient forest that gave the village its name stood as a dark, comforting presence, its treetops silvered by moonlight. A movement in the square below caught Elara's eye. A figure wrapped in a cloak was making its way towards the apothecary. Even at this late hour, it wasn't uncommon for villagers to seek help for sleepless nights or troubling dreams. Elara moved to the door, ready to offer whatever aid was needed. The bell above the door chimed softly as it opened, admitting a gust of cool night air along with the cloaked figure. As the hood was lowered, Lara recognized Mrs. Hawthorne, one of the village elders. The old woman's face was lined with fatigue, but her eyes brightened at the sight of the welcoming interior of the apothecary. "Trouble sleeping, Mrs. Hawthorne?" Lara asked gently, already moving towards the shelf where the sleep remedies were kept. The older woman nodded, settling herself into a comfortable chair near the hearth. "The changing of the seasons always unsettles my sleep," she explained, her voice soft and slightly raspy. "I was hoping you might have something to help." Lara smiled warmly, selecting a small blue bottle from the shelf. "I think I have just the thing," she said, returning to Mrs. Hawthorne's side. "A few drops of this in a cup of warm milk, and you'll be dreaming sweetly in no time." As she explained the usage of the potion, Lara noticed Mrs. Hawthorne's eyes growing heavy. The soothing atmosphere of the apothecary, combined with the comforting presence of Lara herself, seemed to be working its own kind of magic. By the time the explanation was finished, the older woman was already dozing peacefully in the chair. Lara chuckled softly, carefully draping a soft blanket over Mrs. Hawthorne's shoulders. There was no need to wake her. The apothecary had provided the very remedy she sought, without a single drop of potion needed. Lara knew that Cedric would approve. Sometimes the most powerful magic was simply a safe, peaceful place to rest. As the night wore on, Lara continued her quiet work. She bottled freshly brewed potions, their contents still warm and fragrant. She organized herbs and updated the inventory ledger, her quill scratching softly against parchment. All the while, Mrs. Hawthorne slept peacefully by the hearth, her gentle snores joining the night's quiet symphony. In the darkest hour before dawn, Lara finally completed her tasks. She settled into a chair opposite Mrs. Hawthorne, a cup of Dreamweaver tea cradled in her hands. As she sipped the soothing brew, she let her gaze wander over the apothecary. In the pre-dawn stillness, it seemed more magical than ever, a place where healing and dreams intertwine, where the boundary between the mundane and the mystical blurred like mist in moonlight. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Lara felt a deep sense of contentment wash over her. Another night had passed in the Hearth and Herb Apothecary, a night filled with quiet work, peaceful moments, and the simple magic of caring for others. Soon, Cedric would arrive to begin the day shift, and the cycle would begin anew. But for now, in these last quiet moments of night, Lara simply sat, sipped her tea, and listened to the gentle breathing of Mrs. Hawthorne and the soft purring of Thistle. In the gentle quiet, with the promise of a new day just beginning to color the horizon, the Hearth and Herb Apothecary stood as a timeless sanctuary, a place of healing, of peace, and of dreams yet to be dreamed. Story 7. On a rain-drenched morning in the quaint village of Elderwood, the Hearth and Herb Apothecary stood as a beacon of warmth and comfort amidst the gray drizzle. The old thatch roof, thick with moss and memories, shielded the cozy interior from the persistent patter of raindrops, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to slow time itself. Inside, the apothecary was a world unto itself, a haven of scents and soft light that defied the gloom outside. The air was rich with the comforting crackle of the hearth, its flames dancing merrily in the stone fireplace, casting flickering shadows on the walls and warming the room with its gentle heat. Elsie, the young apprentice with bright eyes and a kind smile, moved about her morning tasks with quiet efficiency. Her soft footsteps on the worn wooden floor blended seamlessly with the ambient sounds of the shop. She paused by a shelf of glass jars, each filled with dried herbs and flowers, their colors muted in the dim light, but no less enchanting. With delicate hands, she selected a sprig of lavender, its purple buds still holding the memory of summer sun. She breathed in its calming scent, allowing it to center her thoughts before she began her work for the day. The lavender would be perfect for Mrs. Gwendolyn's sleep tonic, she mused. Across the room, Cedric, the master apothecary, was similarly engaged. His brow furrowed in concentration as he sorted through a collection of dried herbs spread out on the sturdy oak table. The table, stained with the echoes of countless brews and experiments, held its own stories of healing and discovery. Cedric's beard, as wild and untamed as the brambles outside, caught the warm light of the oil lamps that hung from the ceiling beams. These lamps, with their soft amber glow, created pools of gentle illumination throughout the shop, turning even the darkest corners into cozy nooks. Near the hearth, Thistle the cat lay curled in a tight ball, her orange fur glowing like embers in the firelight. She twitched an ear occasionally at the sound of raindrops or the creaking of the old building, but otherwise remained in a state of perfect contentment. As Elsie moved to the work table to begin preparing the day's remedies, she caught sight of the rain-streaked windows. Beyond the wavy glass panes, the village of Elderwood was a watercolor painting of muted grays and greens. Drops of water clung to the ivy that framed the window, occasionally releasing to join the puddles forming on the cobblestone street outside. The young apprentice smiled to herself, grateful for the cozy sanctuary of the apothecary. She reached for a mortar and pestle, the smooth stone cool against her palms. As she began to grind a mixture of chamomile and lemon balm, the subtle, sweet aroma joined the tapestry of scents that filled the air. Cedric looked up from his work, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Oh, for young Thomas's nervousness, I presume?" he asked, his voice a warm rumble that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the shop. Elsie nodded, her red curls bouncing slightly with the movement. "Yes, Master Cedric. I thought a touch of lemon balm might brighten his spirits, especially on such a gray day." The old apothecary's smile deepened, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Well thought, my dear. Our remedies must heal the spirit as well as the body." Their quiet conversation was interrupted by a gentle chime as the shop door creaked open, admitting a gust of cool, damp air and the soft patter of rain on the threshold. Miss Hazel, the village schoolteacher, stepped inside, shaking droplets from her woolen cloak. "Good morning," she called, her voice slightly breathless from her dash through the rain. "I hope I'm not too early." Cedric moved to greet her, his steps slow and measured. "Not at all, Miss Hazel. We're always pleased to see you. How may we help on this drizzly morning?" As Miss Hazel explained her need for a tonic to soothe her throat, strained from long days of teaching, Elsie quietly prepared a cup of warm tea infused with honey and ginger. The steam rose in lazy spirals, carrying with it the spicy sweet aroma that seemed to chase away the chill, while Cedric and Miss Hazel chatted amiably about the weather and village gossip. Elsie continued her work, moving between shelves laden with jars of dried flowers, roots, and leaves. Each ingredient she selected was handled with care and reverence, a silent acknowledgement of the earth's gifts and their power to heal. The rain outside intensified, its rhythm on the roof growing stronger. Far from being disruptive, the sound seemed to cocoon the apothecary in a blanket of tranquility, separating it further from the outside world. As the morning wore on, a steady trickle of villagers made their way to the hearth and herb, each seeking remedies for various ailments or simply a moment of warmth and dry refuge. The shop filled with the low murmur of voices and the occasional burst of soft laughter, creating a gentle backdrop to the continuing rain. Elsie found herself lost in the rhythm of her work, measuring powders, steeping teas, and bottling tinctures. The repetitive motions and focus required were meditative, allowing her mind to drift pleasantly as her hands remained busy. Near midday, as the clouds outside showed no signs of breaking, Cedric decided it was time for a pause. He stoked the fire, adding another log that crackled and popped as it caught flame. The renewed warmth spread through the room, encouraging everyone to gather closer to the hearth. Thistle stretched languidly and relocated to a patch of sunlight that had managed to break through the clouds and find its way through a high window. The cat's contented purr joined the symphony of rain and fire, adding another layer to the cocoon of comfort that enveloped the apothecary. Elsie prepared a pot of herbal tea, a blend of chamomile, rose hips, and a touch of cinnamon. The spicy, sweet aroma filled the air as she poured cups for herself and Cedric. They sat in comfortable silence, sipping the warm brew and listening to the rain. As the afternoon progressed, the steady stream of customers slowed to a trickle, much like the rain outside. The apothecary settled into a peaceful lull, the kind that often comes after a busy morning. Elsie took this opportunity to organize the shelves, her movements slow and deliberate. She straightened rows of bottles, their contents gleaming softly in the lamplight. Each label was checked, each lid tightened, ensuring that everything was in its proper place. Cedric, meanwhile, settled into his favorite armchair by the fire, a large leather-bound book open on his lap. The pages rustled softly as he turned them, occasionally pausing to make a note in the margin or to gaze thoughtfully into the flames. The rain began to ease as evening approached, transitioning from a steady downpour to a gentle mist. The changing light outside painted the interior of the apothecary in soft, muted tones, blending seamlessly with the warm glow of the lamps and fire. As Elsie completed her final tasks for the day, wiping down the work table and sweeping the floor, she felt a deep sense of contentment settle over her. The day, though busy, had passed in a haze of peaceful productivity, each moment filled with purpose and care. Cedric rose from his chair, stretching with a soft groan. "Well, my dear," he said, his voice low and warm, "I believe we've earned our rest. Shall we close up shop?" Elsie nodded, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Together, they moved through the familiar routine of closing the apothecary for the night. Bottles were corked, curtains drawn, and the fire banked to last through the night. As they prepared to leave, Elsie paused at the door, taking in the sight of the shop one last time. The Hearth Herb Apothecary, with its shelves of mysterious ingredients, its warm hearth, and its air thick with the scent of herbs and history, stood ready to face another night. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new remedies to prepare, and new stories to unfold. But for now, in this moment between day and night, all was peaceful and still. Cedric placed a gentle hand on Elsie's shoulder, a gesture of unspoken understanding passing between mentor and apprentice. With a final glance back, they stepped out into the misty evening, leaving the apothecary to its quiet slumber until the dawn would once again bring it to life. Story 8. As the golden light of autumn began to paint the leaves of Elderwood in warm hues of amber and crimson, the village square stirred with a gentle excitement. The air carried the crisp scent of fallen leaves mingled with the sweet aroma of baking apples, signaling the arrival of the harvest season. In the heart of the square, villagers gathered to prepare for the annual Autumn Equinox Festival, their voices a soft murmur against the backdrop of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. Elsie, the young apprentice from the Hearth Herb Apothecary, stepped out into the square, her arms laden with baskets of dried herbs and flowers. Her red curls caught the morning sunlight, creating a halo effect around her smiling face. As she made her way across the worn cobblestones, she breathed in deeply, savoring the blend of scents that marked this special time of year. The village square, normally a place of quiet commerce and casual meetings, had transformed overnight into a vibrant tapestry of color and activity. Garlands of marigolds and late-blooming sunflowers draped from the eaves of the surrounding buildings, their cheerful yellow petals swaying gently in the cool breeze. Strings of lanterns crisscrossed overhead, waiting patiently for evening to fall when they would bathe the square in a warm, welcoming glow. At the center of the square stood the ancient oak tree, its massive trunk a testament to countless seasons past. Its branches, still thick with leaves turning from green to gold, reached out protectively over the preparations below. Elsie approached the tree, setting her baskets down at its base where a group of village elders sat, their weathered hands weaving intricate wreaths from the herbs and flowers she had brought. "Good morning, Elsie dear," called out Mara, the eldest of the group. Her silver hair shimmered in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the oak's canopy. "These are perfect for our blessing wreaths. The lavender will bring peace, and the rosemary remembrance." Elsie beamed at the praise, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I'm glad I could help, Mara. Master Cedric sends his regards. He'll be along later with some special blends for the evening tea." As Elsie chatted with the elders, helping them sort through the fragrant herbs, the square continued to buzz with quiet activity. Near the village well, a group of children giggled softly as they strung garlands of autumn leaves, their small hands carefully threading the stems together. The soft rustle of the leaves accompanied their laughter, creating a soothing melody. On the far side of the square, outside the bakery, Old Tom was setting up trestle tables. The rich scent of freshly baked bread and pies wafted from the open door behind him, promising delights for the evening's feast. His movements were slow and deliberate, each table placed with care, the sound of wood settling on stone, adding to the gentle symphony of preparation. As the morning progressed, more villagers arrived to lend a hand. The blacksmith's apprentice, a young man named Finn, carried chairs from the meeting house, the quiet scrape of wood on cobblestone punctuating his progress. Sarah, the weaver's daughter, hung tapestries depicting harvests of years past between the buildings, their rich colors and intricate patterns adding depth and warmth to the square's decoration. By midday, the sun had reached its zenith, casting short shadows across the square. The air had warmed, carrying with it the mingled scents of herbs, flowers, and baked goods. Elsie, having finished helping with the wreaths, found herself drawn to the well at the center of the square. She lowered the bucket, listening to the satisfying splash as it hit the cool water below. As she drew it up, the gentle creaking of the rope and the gurgle of water created a peaceful interlude in the day's activities. Taking a moment for herself, Elsie sat on the well's stone edge, cupping her hands to drink the crystal clear water. She closed her eyes, allowing the sounds and scents of the square to wash over her. The distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the soft bleating of sheep from a nearby field, the whisper of the breeze through the oak's leaves all blended into a soothing backdrop that seemed to slow time itself. As afternoon began to soften the day's light, Master Cedric arrived in the square, his arms full of cloth-wrapped bundles. His eyes twinkled with mirth as he surveyed the transformation around him. "Well now," he chuckled, his voice warm and rich. "It seems Elderwood has outdone itself this year." Elsie hurried to help her mentor, carefully taking some of the bundles. The cloth fell away to reveal jars of honey-colored liquid and sachets of dried leaves. "Is this the specialty blend, Master Cedric?" she asked, inhaling the complex aroma of chamomile, mint, and something sweetly spiced she couldn't quite identify. Cedric nodded, his beard bobbing with the movement. "Indeed it is, my dear, a blend to warm the body and soothe the soul as we transition from summer to autumn. Come, let's set up near the oak. We'll want to be ready when twilight falls." Together, they arranged a small table beneath the oak's spreading branches. Cedric set out delicate cups and a large copper kettle, while Elsie carefully placed the jars and sachets in an artful display. As they worked, villagers stopped by to greet them, each conversation adding another thread to the tapestry of community that was being woven throughout the day. As the sun began its descent towards the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, the square took on a magical quality. The lanterns were lit one by one, their warm glow creating pockets of light that danced across the cobblestone. The garlands and wreaths cast intricate shadows, transforming the familiar space into something otherworldly and enchanting. Villagers began to gather in earnest now, emerging from their homes dressed in their finest autumn attire. The air filled with the soft murmur of greetings and laughter, punctuated by the occasional exclamation of delight as friends and neighbors complimented each other's contributions to the festival. Elsie found herself swept up in the gentle current of activity. She helped old Tom arrange platters of food on the trestle tables, the aroma of roasted vegetables and freshly baked pies making her mouth water. She assisted Sarah in lighting candles nestled in hollowed-out apples, their flames flickering merrily and adding to the ambient light. As twilight deepened into true evening, the village elder, Mara, stepped forward to address the gathered crowd. Her voice, though softened by age, carried clearly across the hushed square. "Friends and neighbors," she began, her eyes twinkling in the lantern light, "we gather here, as our ancestors have for generations, to celebrate the turning of the seasons." A respectful silence fell over the crowd as Mara spoke of balance, of gratitude for the harvest, and of the importance of community in the face of the coming winter. Her words, gentle yet powerful, seemed to resonate with the very stones of the square, reminding all present of their connection to each other and to the land. As Mara concluded her speech, a soft melody rose from the edge of the crowd. The village musicians had begun to play, their instruments a fiddle, a flute, and a small drum weaving together a tune as old as the oak tree that watched over them. The music seemed to breathe life into the night, inviting those gathered to sway and dance. Cedric beckoned Elsie over to their table, where the kettle now steamed invitingly. Together, They began to serve cups of the special autumn tea, its warmth and aroma, a perfect complement to the cool evening air. Villagers approached in twos and threes, cupping the warm drinks in their hands and offering words of appreciation. As the night wore on, the square became a haven of warmth and light amidst the deepening darkness. Children chased fireflies at the edges of the gathering, their laughter a counterpoint to the music and conversation. Couples young and old swayed to the gentle melodies, while others gathered in small groups to share stories and memories of festivals past. Elsie found herself in a moment of quiet reflection, leaning against the ancient oak tree. She watched as her neighbors and friends celebrated, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns and candles. The sense of autumn fallen leaves, wood smoke, and spiced tea wrapped around her like a comfortable blanket. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. The worries of yesterday and the concerns of tomorrow faded away, leaving only the present, a present filled with warmth, community, and the simple joy of being. Elsie smiled to herself, feeling a deep sense of contentment and belonging. As the moon rose higher in the sky, casting its silver light over the festivities, Elderwood continued its gentle celebration of the changing seasons. The Autumn Equinox Festival, with its blend of tradition and togetherness, would continue long into the night, a cherished memory to carry through the winter months ahead. And at its heart, the village square stood as it always had, a timeless witness to the ebb and flow of seasons and the enduring spirit of community.